Good night from Washington, D.C., where South Carolina State beats Howard by 9. We take you to the Baby Dome now. Prairie View, Alabama State, up next on ESPNU.
And I would like to welcome those of you from ESPNU who just finished watching some exciting MEAC action. Welcome to the SWAC with Prairie View just hitting a three from Zachary Hamilton. This is the first possession for the Hornets of Alabama State. And we are at Prairie View's home gym, the William J. Nix building. That'll be a shot clock violation as that three did not draw any rim.
Great defensive possession by Prairie View. That's something they want to do, get out and disrupt the offensive flow of Alabama State by being aggressive and stingy on the defense.
Well, Alabama State head coach Byron Smith telling us they want to get up the floor quickly and post up early if they can. That possession, however, they ran the clock down right to the end.
Both teams want to be very patient on the offensive end tonight.
And that's going to be a turnover. Unable to handle the pass that time was Troy Thompson. So we show you the standings. I mentioned Texas Southern is at the top of the SWAC. Just the one loss to Mississippi Valley State. Then Alcorn State, Southern, and then that not four teams. Grambling State, Jackson State, Prairie View, Arkansas, Pine Bluff, all at 4-4.
Exactly. You have a bunch of teams competing and fighting, jockeying for position as they move down the last 9 of the SWAC conference. Understand the importance of tonight's game for these two teams.
Seeding in conference tournaments becomes a big deal. Off balance, and that's going to be high and just a little bit out of control there for Thomas. So it'll be a turnover belonging to Alabama State after that. The team rebound, I should say. So Alabama State scoreless here as we approach just 2 minutes of play.
Both teams are capable of getting out running and putting up a lot of offensive points in transition, but both teams tonight are electing to slow things down a little bit.
It's going to be a first whistle of the game. It'll be on Amir Warnock, number 00.
Amir Warnock, an outstanding big man. He really plays big on the interior. He's going to need to stay out of foul trouble as you see Coach Jackson decides to pull him early.
Yeah, after just the one foul, number 20, Glenn Holloway comes in for the Hornets. And Prairie View threw the ball away in their last possession. They nearly did it again there. That's Blakely. Off balance shot, draws just a little bit of the iron, and the rebound going to go to the Hornets.
Tough shot by Bellinger. Nice drive baseline, but just a tough shot. Shot clock was running down a little bit, but he could have got a better one. They want to try to swing the ball around and be as patient as possible on the offensive end.
Lewis Jackson in his 11th season in charge of Alabama State. 2009 Southwestern Athletic Conference Coach of the Year. Been to 2 NCAAs, an NIT, and the CIT in 2014.
Both teams are having a hard time getting to their offense tonight. A little stagnant.
Hamilton on the drive, the kick. That pass rescued, and there's a three ball from Troy Thompson. A 39% three-point shooter. Prairie View with the early edge.
As we just mentioned in the opener, Troy Thompson and Zachary Hamilton has been on a tear these last 5 games.
Well, Tony Armstrong just ripped. He almost broke the glass with that hook shot, but it drops.
Good positioning by Tony Armstrong, deep position in the post. Didn't need to do much once he received the basketball.
Thompson turns it over, stepping out of bounds. There you see Byron Smith, who took over the job in the middle of the season last year when Byron Rim III resigned. This is an interesting anniversary for Byron Smith.
It sure is. I mean, it's just a year ago when he took over as head coach.
And he is back after a 1-game suspension. He served last game on Saturday for a level 3 NCAA violation. That's just called breach of conduct. So it's isolated or limited in nature. Maybe a slight recruiting advantage, but that's all. Not a major, because there are 4 levels of NCAA violations, with number 1 being the worst.
Great job by the Panthers getting out in transition to create some easy points, an easy opportunity.
And so far, the Panthers defense has been all over Alabama State.
They have been smothering Alabama State, and that's something that was said in the scouting report. They want to continue to keep Alabama State off balance by mixing up the defenses.
And, sweet little move. The shot missed, however, by Troy Thompson. 3 ball. Back iron, the rebound into Holloway. He can't handle it. On the putback, it's going to go right back to Alabama State on the drive, and that's going to be a foul, a 2-shot foul.
Second and third chance opportunities leads to something good. Great job by getting in the passing lane. Nice drive and finish for Prairie View Panthers.
ESPN.
I know, I don't. So back we go to basketball, and to the line for the Hornets. We'll get a good look at somebody we talked about at the top of the show, Rodney Simeon, a junior, 67% foul shooter, misses the first of 2. He is averaging 12.5 points per game in the SWAC.
Now, Rodney Simeon has been the guy for this Alabama State team, Mr. Consistent on the offensive end and gives them a lot on the defensive end as well.
No luck from the foul line, though. Jet comes down with a rebound, and we're going to have a whistle. And we have a clock issue here. Yeah, they fixed the shot clock to go from 29 to 26. That's Tevin Bellinger with Blakely, who had that foul called on him before we went to break. Off the Jet screen. Long 3 ball. And the rebound goes to Terrence LaFleur in the game now, number 30 for Alabama State. And that pass fumbled out of bounds by Simeon. It'll be turned over and belong to the Panthers.
Much better job by the Hornets, understanding, knowing where the shooters are. They were out with a hand up on Hamilton and forced him to take a long, deep shot. A little bit probably out of his range.
Alabama State has been their own worst enemy, turning the ball over 5 times already.
That's something that Alabama State has struggled with all year, averaging just about 15.7 turnovers a game.
And struggled away from home. Now Prairie View turns it over. Now let's see if they call a jump ball, and the possession arrow favors Alabama State.
Great defensive possession by the Hornets, just being aware of where their guys are, stepping up and taking on the challenge of playing their man individually.
What's the remedy here to get Alabama State's offense going?
Well, it's just one of those things. They've struggled to manufacture points all season long, and they just have to continue to stay with it. The biggest thing is to get the ball to the basket. The closer you are, the easier the shots become.
Well, they didn't get too close to the basket that time. The long rebound, however, goes back to Hamilton, to Armstrong. And LaFleur has the pass to Armstrong. Shot is blocked. Great coverage by Sharon Jet. 19 to shoot.
Nice drive. Good dump off. Little lazy on the way up. Got to go up a little bit stronger, more aggressive, and look to finish that with 2 hands above the rim.
Off the inbound, the 3 missing badly from Steve Rogers, who's into the game now. The rebound goes to the Panthers. They'll start the other way. Alabama State right now 1 for 6 and 0 for 3 from long distance. Prairie View knocks it down. Bottom of the net for Bellinger.
Bellinger's one of those guys that can really fill up the stat sheet. You got to watch out for Bellinger at all times as well.
He had 20 in a win over Grambling, and so far in his last 8 games, all double figures for Tevin Bellinger.
Bellinger's come off a nice curl. Just one dribble, step back, nothing but nylon.
So off the out of bounds, 22 to shoot. He's a good look at Bellinger there. A couple of substitutes coming in.
You know, Dave, for all the seniors, they really want to go out and play their best basketball. Understand that this is their last go-around at it.
You got number 3, Jordan Giddings, speaking of seniors, coming into the game for Prairie View. Foul line jumper, no good. Back of the iron. That lid's still down there for Alabama State. They are really struggling Meantime, Prairie View sharing the ball well. 4 different players have made 4 different buckets.
And Prairie View pride themselves off for having a balanced attack. Even though they're led by Zachary Hamilton, they still, each and every one of those players understand their role perfectly.
So Nolan Wilson not able to hang on to the pass. Pretty good defense that time there by the Hornets. They talked about wanting to go inside, and they haven't done it that much. Now they do.
They also talked about the struggles they have when they do go inside. They're more suited to keep the ball in their guard's hand and get something off dribble penetration.
But count the bodies on the floor right now. This time the jump ball possession arrow favors the Panthers. Well, they had Holloway in position. They started Amir Warnock and pulled him in the first couple of minutes at center.
Great hustle by both teams. Guys, the ball's loose. Guys getting on the floor, understanding that this is a very, very important ball game.
Prairie View trying to go over 500 in the conference. Alabama State at 3-5 in the conference. They want to bring Prairie View down to where they are.
You're exactly right. They want to even things up, understanding that these are the two teams that may face each other down the stretch.
So far, Alabama State missed 6 shots and turned it over 6 times. And there's a turnover for Prairie View on the travel by Zachary Hamilton. That's 5 for them. So the teams, neither of them at the moment, handling the ball that well.
Both teams have been plagued by turnovers the entire season. It comes down to execution. Neither team right now is doing a really good job of executing in the half court.
Pull up off the screen, and that rolls around and in for Simeon. That's a 2.
Nice job by Simeon, just using the screen and just pulling up with his feet set and knocking down an easy jump shot.
First basket in 4.5 minutes for Alabama State. They only trail by 6, and obviously a long way to go. Middle opened up a bit, then it closed. Rejected.
So if you want to look on the bright side for both teams, they're playing extremely hard and aggressive on the defensive side of things. And that's a little bit reason why we see the game the way it is.
That's the 7th turnover. The off-the-block shot by Warnock. Alabama State couldn't take advantage, but instead a beautiful stroke from Simeon to end a scoring drought for the Hornets, who trail by 6. We'll be right back. 7:41 remaining in our opening half here at the Baby Dome, the William J. Nix building on the Prairie View A&M campus. Both teams a little bit rough right now handling the ball. There have been a few turnovers. Now Avery Lomax will get a chance to run the show here for the Panthers, number 2. That's been a problem for Alabama State, Gerard, as Lewis Jackson telling us. He's struggling to find a true point guard in that lineup.
Exactly right. That's something that they try to tackle with multiple people. They try to do it by committee instead of by just a single person. And so far tonight, I mean, they've been doing a poor job of it.
Torloff Thomas usually does it, or is asked to do it more often, as he'll create his own shot. Back in the air, no good. Big rebound inside, and it rolls down for Simeon. Getting quickly down the floor, and that's going to draw a foul.
Well, tough contested shot. Tough contested shot by Thomas, and a great rebound by Simeon. It's just showing some of his athleticism. This young man is extremely athletic.
He's listed at 6'5". He played like he was about 6'11" that time. Warnock draws a second foul. 0-0.
Simeon has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. In order for Alabama State to have any type of success, he's going to make sure that he's having himself a decent ball game, and that's something he prides himself off of.
So Yusuf Yakubu checks in for Prairie View, as does Jordan Lumpkins, number 24. And Blakely will come back into the game.
Yakubu is a bruiser on the interior. Look for Prairie View to try to get him the ball and see if they can get some things going from the inside.
We're going to have a whistle away from the ball. And Yakubu will be hit with that, his first. Quick three. It's the second time they've come right out of the out of bounds with a long three, and neither time did they make it. So Prairie View up by 6. Both teams struggling a little bit offensively, although Prairie View from distance has been good.
Well, it's something you cannot do if you're Alabama State. You're on the road, so you have to make sure that you make each possession count. Quality shots is what's going to help you have a chance to win this basketball game.
There's a 3 ball. Naked 3 out of 4 from long distance for the Panthers. Bellinger.
Outstanding shot by Bellinger.
And the defense comes up with a steal that time on the low pass to the big man Armstrong. That shot partially deflected. Still in play. Shot clock does not reset. Great effort by Lumpkins to go out of bounds and bring it back in for Prairie View. Tough drive, draws contact. It'll be an out of bounds. It'll be a foul against Alabama State.
Well, both teams are doing a lot of one-on-one individual stuff. You don't see a whole lot of getting offense out of the flow. Blakely is one of those guys who's Mr. Steady. He started every game this season, a senior from Lake Charles.
Foul on Corvon Butler, number 2, his first. Off the screen, that's a tough shot. Rebound, fought for, controlled by Steve Rogers, who stands on the coaching staff and who also has a brother on the team. That's the first 3 ball made by Alabama State, and they're back down to a 6-point deficit.
Alabama State is a 28% three-point shooting team. It's not a place that they have a lot of success, but there was a great shot.
That pass a little bit too hard, gets it back, comes up short, chipping the paint on the rim. It was Hamilton that time. He almost knocked Yakubu down with that pass. It was so hard and so close. Rogers will fire a 3 and barely touched anything.
And we've seen some quick triggers by Alabama State. It's something that Coach Lewis talked about he wants them to try to be better in the half court, executing the basketball by swinging the ball around, getting quality looks.
They do have one made three, but they've also missed a bunch. And that is a travel. One extra step taken that time by Blakely.
The senior Blakely has been extremely solid. He's a guy that comes in, he's a good floor general. You don't see him turning the ball over often.
That was all, it was turned over. The save by Armstrong ended up going into the hands of Prairie View's Bellinger. Underneath, missed the shot.
Nice pass by Bellinger.
That was pretty sweet and great hustle by Yakubu. Again, the shot clock doesn't reset. So we're down to 15, under 8 minutes in this opening half. Low scoring SWAC matchup. Step back, 4-2. Hamilton missing. Rebound knocked out of bounds. It will belong to Alabama State when we return. Defense has been the order of the day. Neither team shooting especially well. Prairie View up 6.
M&M's milk chocolate melts in your mouth.
A part of something as such as what they are. They're on the same team. Son's playing for his father. It's just awesome.
We have 15-9 in a couple of categories. Number one, and most importantly, our score. Unfortunately, the teams have been a touch rough with the ball. 15 combined turnovers and only 9 combined made baskets. 4 now. Rebound fought for, controlled, ultimately, by Giddings. Giddings left open, drives, dishes. 3-ball wide open, perfectly done by Hamilton. Good pass by Giddings.
Much better shot by Hamilton off the setup by Giddings. Great job by Giddings, just driving the ball strong and aggressive on the baseline, kicking it back out to Hamilton for a wide open three.
And that time he was a little more in his range, too. Remember, he took one earlier that was a little bit out of his range, and it didn't go, and that's a very nice-looking three from Reginald G.
Well, finally, the guys are starting to get some shots in rhythm. It's hard to shoot the basketball from a standstill position. Anytime you can shoot the ball, when you're catching it in rhythm, your percentages go up.
Back to a 6-point deficit under 7 minutes in this opening half. 3-ball, and look at this. These teams are hot now. Bellinger hits again.
3 back-to-back shots where guys caught the ball in rhythm, were able to get their feet set and squared up, shot the ball with confidence, and knocked it down.
Bellinger with 10 points has found his stroke. Into traffic on the drive goes Blakely, knocked out of bounds, 22 to shoot.
Poor transition defense that time by the Hornets. They need to get back and match up a lot faster.
Into the lane. Hamilton had his shot interrupted just a little bit, and the ball will stay with Prairie View. 15 to shoot.
Well, this is an excellent job by Hamilton moving without the ball. Great screen by Jet. Hamilton should have finished that. He needs to go up much more aggressive and stronger, and he should have finished that. At 6'4", he has the abilities to do so.
Turned over by Prairie View on the third out of bounds of that possession.
There's a look at the young man. Great looking body, great size. Mr. Versatile, a guy that can do a little bit of everything, and this year has really improved on the defensive side of things, making him more of a complete player.
He is 6th in the SWAC in scoring, at 4th in the conference, and made 3-pointers per game. That ball dribbled out of bounds and will be turned over by Alabama State.
That's just a testament of his hard work in the offseason.
Well, we got a big one for you, but this time it's in the morning. Yeah, 8 o'clock, National Signing Day, coast to coast for the 12th straight year as the top high school football players make their commitments official. It'll begin 8 a.m. on ESPNU, then switching to ESPN2 at noon and back to the U at 5 o'clock to wrap things up. And, of course, streaming live on Watch ESPN and the ESPN app. So Prairie View getting plenty of chance to work on their inbound plays. This time they get it into the forecourt, breaking a slight press.
Again, you see the Hornets trying to mix things up on the defensive side to try to slow the Panthers up a little bit on the offense. They have found a little bit of a rhythm.
Tough shot by Jett. Went after his own rebound and draws a foul. I think he knew that shot wasn't going to go, so he very aggressively chased after it.
Well, great aggressive drive, a poor shot, but just staying after the basketball, being assertive, trying to go after the ball and getting the loose ball, getting his hands on it, going up nice and strong. Now gets a chance to go to the line for two.
Armstrong hit with his first foul. Take a look at Jett, a junior. 56% foul shooter. Played prior to this at Northeast Oklahoma Community College. And he'll get 1 out of 2. 10-point lead, largest of the night for the Panthers. Under 6 minutes remaining in our first half. Good pass inside and rejected by Jett. Coming back with the effort and the and one is G.
Much better ball movement by Alabama State. That's exactly what Coach Lewis Jackson wants from them. They want them to swing the ball around and get the ball into the interior and then go up strong with it. Go up and try to dunk the basketball. Great job on the first effort, just staying with it. The second effort pays off.
Got a foul on Lumpkins. You saw with the body. That'll be his first. G, 72% foul shooter, and he'll can the three-point opportunity. And now some pressure here by the Hornets. Been handled very nicely by Blakely.
You know, G has come on really, really strong in the conference. He's the leading scorer in the conference for Alabama State, with 12.6 a game.
Both these teams pretty balanced in their offensive approaches. Hamilton, look out here. That was in, out, and finally out as Jett hustles for the rebound.
Tough shot by Hamilton, one that I don't particularly like. I like it when he's catching the ball in rhythm, opposed to shooting from a standstill. Great drive by Bellinger.
He has a dozen. LaFleur. Catch and shoot three by LaFleur. And he has not been that deadly. That's just his 7th made three in 42 attempts, but he knocked that down like he's a pro.
Big time basket, well needed for Alabama State.
Jett left open.
Too easy. It was a breakdown on the defensive side for the Hornets. Someone did not talk or communicate.
Blakely just picking LaFleur's pocket. Head and beautiful body control in the layup by Bellinger. 14 points now for the senior.
Great job by Blakely getting his hands out in the passing lane and then running the floor. Bellinger for an easy deuce.
LaFleur thought about it. They go inside. And we're going to get just a little bit of contact by Jett. 3:38 to go.
Nice, hard, aggressive drive by Bellinger. Not taking many dribbles to get to the basket. And then on the break, you see a nice drive to the basket. Layup for two.
Man as well will be declaring all day long.
It's a big day, a day that you get a chance to affect the rest of your life. It's a big-time decision.
And I'm just waiting, Jerron, for the one coach who step up to the mic one day and go, you know what? We really did not have a good recruiting class, and we need to do better. Nobody says that.
I don't think you're going to see that anytime soon.
No, I don't think either of us will ever be alive if that happens. On the putback, Alabama State gets a big bucket from Simeon. They cut the lead down to 8.
What a play by Simeon, just taking the ball right out of his hands and offensive guy's hand and going up strong and finish.
Pull up inside the three-point line. That would have been a 2 had it gone down. G comes back with a rebound, though. Alabama State trying to break out a little bit. Now G Good defense to prevent the pass inside. Now they find it. Here comes all sorts of help on defense, and it's going to belong to Prairie View.
Well, great job by Prairie View getting back in transition defense.
And Nolan Wilson, number 15 in white, really had a lot to do with that possession defensively for the Panthers of Byron Smith. Tough shot, block, got it back. And good. Excellent hustle. And the extra effort by Jordan Giddings.
Giddings is a guy who really can put the ball on the floor and get to the basket at ease, at will.
That was a very tough shot. Now they call a foul. Yes.
A little bit out of control, G was.
And Nolan Wilson's going to be hit with that foul. So you see the foul situation not in the bonus yet. 5 against Prairie View and 4 against Alabama State. Good pass underneath. Excellent execution on the inbounds, and Simeon has 8.
Great heads-up play by Alabama State.
Well, they always say the inbounder is the most dangerous guy sometimes on these either side out of bounds or even underneath out of bounds.
Exactly. Too often you lose sight of the inbounder.
Under 2 minutes and a half. Coming up at half, we'll have a lot from Carl Ravitch, Jay Williams, and Seth Greenberg. Explain more on that in a moment. 3 ball here, in and out. And the rebound by LaFleur. Count it. Thomas will go to the line. They're trying to complete the 3-point play.
Thomas has been the one guy that they've gone to often this year to be the playmaker. Just running the floor extremely hard, catching the ball on the left wing, going up strong for an and one.
Wait a minute now. I was positive the official counted the basket, but apparently he did not. And my argument would be, why didn't you count the basket?
Well, it looked like he signaled
He did.
to count the basket, but I guess not.
He may have been overruled, but I would bet you a buck that he counted that basket. So it's going to be a 6th foul on Prairie View. Take the basket off the board. And now that basket counts by Armstrong.
A great job by Armstrong. Armstrong can play inside and outside. He's extremely aggressive. He gets nice deep position. Even though he's going on a double team, he's just a little bit too deep. It's made it an easy opportunity for him.
Wilson picks up a 2nd foul. You take a good look here at Armstrong right out of Montgomery, Alabama. Instant offense, his coach says about him, and he puts in the 3-point play, and it's down to a 5-point Prairie View lead. It had been 10, and Armstrong has 5 points.
Well, Armstrong is only 6'6", but he plays extremely big underneath the hole. He plays like he's 6'8" or 6'9".
Foul line, Jay. Beautifully stroked. That's Avery Lomax.
I'll tell you, Lomax, even though it was a one-on-one isolation play, but Lomax is really good and really crafty off the dribble. Pretty good shooter as well.
Looked like it there. Under a minute remaining in his half. Oh, sweet little move. Missed. The tap missed, but controlled by Armstrong. Tough shot, Simeon, off the front iron. Rebound going the other way. Here's Giddings, and here comes Prairie View.
There's another one of those shots I do not like, when guys catch the ball and shoot without any rhythm.
Simeon has shot almost 153s. We'll get a timeout called by Prairie View, but that one did not look especially smooth. So we mentioned our threesome of Ravitch, Williams, and over a year ago. Prairie View got off to a very rough start. He guided that team to several wins by the end of the season and has them right now in conference at 4-4. Of course, both these teams took some lumps in the early part of the season as the clock issue has come up again here, it looks like. Playing some big-time schools, as all SWAC schools have to do.
I will say both teams have kind of settled down a little bit, playing a little bit more their style of basketball, although there's a lot of turnovers in this ball game. But both teams now are starting to be able to manufacture some points on the offensive.
I would imagine that Byron Smith's dry cleaning bills are pretty high. He sweats through those outfits he wears. You can see the perspiration stains on the shirt. That's a very nice looking shirt he's got going there.
I'll tell you what, he only knows how to coach one way, and that's hard. I mean, he's going to give you 100% and expecting the players to go out and do the same.
And the players see that. You know, players feed off the coach without question. You're
exactly right. I mean, when you have a leader that brings it every night, then you as a player, you want to do the same for your leader.
So Alabama State will take their use it or lose it teams in the SWAC that are 4-4. Everybody looking up at Texas Southern, 7-1 in conference play. The only loss was a week ago in Itabena. Under 10. G. He was fouled.
Great use of a shot fake by G.
3.8. And G will go to the line. Bellinger hit with that foul. That's first.
6'3" freshman. Has been outstanding for Alabama State in his first campaign, first season. He's really come on strong, as I mentioned, once conference play started.
Trying to beat the buzzer, and they will not be able to make that come down. Prairie View 32-27 going into the dressing rooms coming up. Don't forget our halftime show.
Playing pretty well on the interior. They have 12 points in the paint, and that's something that normally they don't. You don't see the Hornets doing much of.
So you take a good look at Bellinger there, a senior, and we're underway with Alabama State and the black and gold taking on Prairie View. Left open, 4-3. LaFleur cuts it down to a 2-point advantage. So LaFleur was not in the starting five, but he gets the start for the second half and immediately produces.
Well, LaFleur came on really strong in the first half, and he was very productive, so he gets the start here in the second half.
We're going to have a whistle and a foul. And that's an offensive foul. Going to go against Troy Thompson. His first personal.
Where you see the drive and great rotation. He was able to get there and get his feet set from Simeon, and it's just a great heads-up play.
And he was outside that circle. That's very arc, I should say. Very important.
Exactly right. He was outside that restricted arc area.
There's a three. Would have given Alabama. Oh, it does give Alabama State the lead.
Well, I tell you, it's something to be said about confidence, and G has been playing with a lot of it.
That had to go about 3 feet in the air. This is the first time the Hornets have been in front. They come out with a couple of threes to take the lead in the first minute.
Nice-looking freshman from Montgomery, Alabama.
And Prairie View bricks that shot from up close. It's a good-looking chance for Blakely, but he couldn't get it to drop. Another three ball? Yeah, LaFleur may have thought about it.
You have to love what you're seeing right now from Alabama State. They're playing more under control and doing the things that Coach Lewis talked about earlier. Getting the ball to the basket on dribble penetration, swinging the ball around, getting quality looks, and playing inside and out when you can. Just a great individual effort by G, understanding that he felt like he had the advantage and just pulled up and knocked it down. Shot it with confidence.
Second foul on Tevin Bellinger, and the first free throw no good for LaFleur, who does struggle from the foul line. He's had actually, his shooting percentages have been a little bit off this year, but he has canned a couple of threes.
Well, listen, Alabama State had a nice win over Southern at home, which is the defending champions, and then they were able to go on the road and only lost by 2 points against Texas Southern.
So a hand check foul, which we didn't see a lot of those whistles in the first half. We're going to get one here on the floor.
You know, Dave, the first 5 possessions of each half is very important, as well as the last.
That was deflected, then lost out of bounds. It will belong to Prairie View.
You wanted to know why LaFleur is in the basketball game, and that's why, ladies and gentlemen, he comes in the basketball game and he gives you everything he has. He leaves it all on the floor.
So Prairie View staggered a little bit in the opening couple of minutes. They had a 5-point halftime lead. They now trail by a bucket, which Bellinger tried to get back for them. And another whistle, and looks like it's going to go against Alabama State.
Alabama State has come out with a lot of energy and effort, and that's what it's going to take to get a win on the road.
That's going to be 2 on Armstrong. So to the line, we'll get a look at Tevin Bellinger. 14 points in the first half.
He was solid. I mean, he was very consistent. 5 of 7 shooting, 2 for 2 from the three-point line.
Tomorrow, we've got a Big Ten SEC hoops doubleheader beginning at 7 Eastern. Mello Trimble and 17th ranked Maryland in Columbus to battle the Buckeyes. And off to Rupp Arena we go for that number 8 Kentucky-Georgia matchup in Brent Musburger's final play-by-play appearance. Super Tuesday presented by CenturyLink on ESPN, streaming live on the app and on Watch ESPN. We're back to even. Wow, they're calling it a lot tighter at the beginning of this half than they did in the first half. That's an offensive foul going to go against Tony Armstrong. And that's his 3rd. So we're going to see 0-0 Amir Warnock come back, and he has 2 fouls. He picked up fairly quickly in the first half.
Coach Lewis is trying his best to manage the time between those two. Obviously, they have a little bit of problem with fouls.
And the jumper knocked down that time by Sharon Jett, so Prairie View goes back in front.
And that jumper was set up all because of the drive by Bellinger. Bellinger is playing extremely well, so every time he touches the basketball, he's going to get a lot of attention.
Blakely got rid of it. Jett, drive, contact, count the basket.
And that's the way you want to see a big man finish. You want to see him going up nice and strong, being aggressive, not shying away from the contact. Nice penetration by Thompson, and great find to the big fella, Jett.
Warnock hit with the foul. And Jett. And suddenly Prairie View has regained the 5-point halftime lead. Warnock with his 3rd foul. And periodically we've had problems with the shot clock. And that might have been the issue there. 7-0 run by the Panthers after they fell behind for the first time tonight.
You know, basketball is a game of runs, so they came out and they withstanded Alabama State run and made a run of their own.
Shot clock down to 6. 3-ball back iron. Thought that was going to go down again. It actually clipped the rim one more time. But here comes Prairie View. Nifty pass. Thompson, no good. But chased down by Zach Hamilton.
Great job of crashing the boards for a second chance opportunity. Finding Bellinger for 3.
And they left him wide open. He had 17.
He really has it going tonight. He's been Mr. Everything for Prairie View.
So Bellinger with 19, counting the free throws, picks up 5 in the And Frida Freeman Jackson's one of the last, and her team's won the last couple SWAC titles.
Just phenomenal job by both coaches on both sides, men and women.
Yeah, Lewis Jackson, the former conference coach of the year, taking his team to the postseason 4 times, twice to the NCAAs. Right now, though, we're down 8. Bellinger with a steal, his second of the night. And that hit-ahead pass, a little light, going to come back and be a break for Prairie View as they'll draw another foul.
Boy, Bellinger has been extremely impressive. He's done it on the offensive side and done it on the defensive side as well.
That's 5 fouls against Alabama State already, and we are at the 16:01 mark, and Butler draws a second foul. We'll see what Thompson has done this year. He's been terrific.
He sure has. I mean, he's increased his scoring the last 5 games, practically doubling his output of the season.
He had 28 against Mississippi Valley State on January 21, and in conference play, averaging about 13.
He's a guy that can really put the ball in the basket, but tonight has fallen on the shoulders of Bellinger.
Tough turnaround, no good, tapped up 1 time, 2 time, and it's going to end up going, and you're going to get a little contact there, drawing a whistle. Blakely got bumped just enough by Reginald G. 15:38 to go, and foul trouble could be a big problem for the Hornets. 16 fouls in 4 minutes and 22 seconds. Runs, and we started the half with Alabama State on a 7-0 run to take the lead. Since then, it's been a 12-0 Prairie View Panthers run here on Big Monday in the SWAC.
And it's definitely been spearheaded by Bellinger. He is playing so free and smooth tonight. And when you're playing that way, the basket starts to seem like an ocean.
And there's Bellinger there. He'll try again. And that time the Ocean sent it back. And a rebound going the other way for Alabama State. And Simeon has had kind of a quiet half, and he's a critical player for the Hornets.
It's a quiet half, but he's been really productive in the first half. He helped keep this game close.
Triple teamed in the defense, and we're going to get a step out of bounds and a turnover.
Great defensive rotation by the Panthers. Understanding the game plan of Alabama State, they want to get the ball on the inside and then play from the inside and out. And every time one of their post players touch the basketball, the Panthers are all over it.
Left rimmed out, tapped up, no good, snatched out of the air finally by Alabama State. Another rebound for Simeon. Simeon, big fake there. 3 rimmed out.
Well, I tell you, the responsibility that Simeon has for this basketball team, where he has to rebound the basketball and he has to try to score the basketball on the other end. Great drive and run by the big fella.
You saw Blakely, who is 4th in the SWAC in assists at over 3, and that pass to Jet makes it a 14-0 Prairie View run. Knocked out of bounds. We're going to get an over-the-back foul against Prairie View.
Great driving and nice run by Jet. A little alley-oop for the nice finish.
Second foul against Blakely. There he is. Next foul will put Prairie View with a line for the remainder of the evening.
There's one thing you can't say about Alabama State. They have been patient on the offensive side. They haven't rushed a lot. They just haven't been able to manufacture points, and then they've turned the ball over, had unforced turnovers.
Double team, they get it quickly back out. Underneath, great pass from Rogers. There were a lot of hands in the way there, but he threaded the needle beautifully.
Excellent ball movement. Ended up in a nice finish. Well, I tell you, both teams are getting way too easy of passes. I mean, they're swinging the ball around at will.
Excellent effort that time by Yakubu to stay in bounds and keep a second possession alive here for the Panthers.
He's a force on the inside.
Big body out of Buffalo, 6'7", 225.
Okay, I understand Alabama State is playing a zone, but you want to be aggressive in that zone. You don't want to just stand back and allow Prairie View to swing the ball around the horn at will.
They leave Troy Thompson open. And another offensive rebound and an easy putback. And Bellinger again.
Second chance opportunities will kill you. You have to box out. Ball goes up, it has to be a team effort. When you're in a zone, that's the purpose of a zone, so you can box out and rebound the basketball.
10 offensive rebounds and 8 second chance points for Prairie View, and they take over on the possession arrow.
Great shot by Thompson, and then on the backside, you just see a untouched Bellinger slicing in for the offensive rebound. Once again, way too easy for Prairie View Panthers. They're just moving about a ball around the horn at will with ease.
And scoring at will. They've opened up their largest lead to 15 on the 3-ball. That'll be a block there, as you can see Butler in traffic trying to make something happen.
Well, I don't know if the Hornets are a little gassed, but you have to come up with a better effort on the defensive side of things. They did a great job of scrambling and playing aggressive defense in the first half. They came out in the second half with a lot of energy. In these last few minutes, they seem to kind of slack a little bit in that department.
And they came out with a 7-0 run in the first 2 minutes. They were the better team, and they took the lead for the first time. Since then, it's been a 19-3 run.
That's just not something you can do in this situation, especially when you're on the road. Understand that each possession is very valuable. You have to take care of the basketball. But on the defensive side, you got to be more aggressive.
Butler 1 out of 2 from the line. Blakely playing off the screen from Yakubu. Tough little lefty flipper, no good, and a good rebound in traffic by Tony Armstrong.
Well, the Hornets that time decided to go back to man-to-man, and something positive came out of it. They were able to get the Panthers to take a tough contested shot and come up with a rebound.
And given that Alabama State, Gerard, has struggled from 3, they're now 5 out of 18. Did they have to just fire threes at this point in the game?
No, they should not be. They should continue to try to get something going to the basket, either on dribble penetration or passing the ball on the inside and then playing from the inside out.
Bellinger being hounded this time. This is more of the aggressive defense you were looking for.
You're exactly right. And that's what it's going to take for them to get back into this ball game and possibly have a chance of winning it.
24 seconds, it should be a 30-second shot clock violation, and Prairie View will take a 14-point lead into our break.
We should just go home.
The cut, and then Bellinger, from him, the basket just seems like an ocean. He's just stepping up, knocking down open shot after open shot, and then a nice finish and run by Jet to finish off the play.
So Alabama State, let's see how they try to counter this run. They missed a shot that time. The rebound is Zachary Hamilton, and Hamilton's had a fairly quiet game for Prairie View. 9 points on 3 of 12 shooting, but it has been Tevin Bellinger who has stepped into the offensive void for the Panthers.
We're a team full of athletes and guys who can just step up on any given night and lead the team in scoring.
And that's got to be a welcome sign for Byron Smith to realize he doesn't have to have one of his star players have a big night every single night. Another offensive rebound by Prairie View.
It's definitely a plus because when you're going down the stretch, you never know what's going to happen due to foul situations or just the way different teams may play you. So you want to make sure that other people are stepping up and being contributors.
Trying to work it to Yakubu, but instead on the drive and finding his way through traffic. What a clever drive by Jordan Giddings.
Nice move by Giddings. Not giving up on the play, just being extremely aggressive and just showing off some of his one-on-one skills.
see the slump that the Hornets are in right now offensively, and that's not going to help. The steal and a foul, and we're going to the line. Hamilton will shoot, and we are now in the bonus.
I mean, the Hornets just extremely out of sync on the offensive side of things. To their credit, they have picked up the defense aggressiveness a little bit, but it still has not led to them scoring on the offensive side. A lot of times you want to allow your defense to create offense, and they haven't been able to do that tonight.
And this is one of the pet peeves of Lewis Jackson. You get a good look at Jackson right there. He's admitted to us he just does not have the point guard play. He's tried to use what he called the three-headed monster, and at the moment it's just not working out for them.
Yeah, it's hard when you don't have that floor general on the floor to settle down your troops or even rally your troops for that matter in a time like this when you're down and it seems like the game is just getting out of hand.
And it might be, as Hamilton will not get the front end of the one-on-one. So a break as Armstrong corrals the rebound. But Prairie View very active in the passing lane so far. Good pass there. Reach. Oh, no, not rejected. Hamilton will be hit with a foul.
Much better job by Alabama State getting something going to the basket and not selling for an outside jump shot. Nice drive. And anytime you drive the ball, you're going to draw the defense. And once you draw them, kick it to the wide open man. This time it's a nice cutter going down the middle.
That's only the first foul on Hamilton. 2 shots. First one too strong for Armstrong, a 64% foul shooter for Lewis Jackson.
I'll tell you, the struggles continue. 63% free throw shooting team. And Jackson connects on the second one.
And they're lower than that today. 7 out of 12, 58%.
And that's not going to get it when you're on the road and you're playing an aggressive team like the Panthers are.
Well, they've only won one road game. And again, to be fair, is beautiful dish and a layup for Yakubu again. Both these teams, and you see their records, but in conference is what really matters. Alabama State's 3-5, Prairie View 4-4. Both these schools, as all SWAC teams do, play a very heavy front-loaded schedule with some big-time programs. A great opportunity for these players to play against some of the best in the NCAA, but it's going to hurt your bottom line a little bit too.
Well, basketball season, they broke it down to four seasons. You have your preseason, your non-conference season, then your regular season, then your postseason. And when you get past those first two, you want to be playing your best basketball so you can set yourself up for the best chance of being successful in the postseason.
And you don't always have to have a great regular season to do well in the postseason. Remember, I was at Holy Cross last year, and the Patriot League didn't have a winning record. They win the Patriot League tournament, goes to the NCAA tournament, so it happens.
Definitely. Well, I'll tell you, Alabama State has just ran into a red-hot Prairie View A&M. I mean, they're winners of their last 4 out of 5 games, and they're still pushing strong.
Hamilton lays it in to get in the double digits in scoring. And a timeout called by Lewis Jackson with 7:53 remaining. Down 19. He's understandably unhappy. It's a 25-4 run.
Exactly right, but I mean, there's one team on there particularly I love seeing on there, and that's my Michigan Wolverines.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say that. 26 commits, 16 in the ESPN 300. Well, second half of this game, Alabama State's just gone cold. 25% shooting, 5 turnovers.
They have done a good job of being patient on the offense for the most part, but they just have not been able to put the ball in the basket.
And another turnover there, make it 6. As you can see, the officials communicating well that time.
Unforced turnovers has really hurt Alabama State tonight.
16 overall. And it's slowed down. They've had these runs. Remember how the game started? Alabama State was in fact, both teams really were kind of sloppy with the ball. Prairie, they both slowed down, but all of a sudden, Alabama State's having a tough time. And Prairie View taking their time. And offensive rebound's been a big help for the Panthers tonight. That's 12.
every single time the shot goes up, there's nobody from Alabama State putting a body on anyone. That's why we see offensive rebound after offensive rebound.
Warnock with a shot block that time on the drive by Blakely. And that's going to be knocked out of bounds off of Prairie View with 23 to shoot.
I tell you what, time and time again, Alabama State get themselves in sticky situations by either over-dribbling the basketball or just being careless with the basketball.
Pass slightly deflected, and Alabama State swinging it for the long three ball. Not there. Warnock, big rebound, knocked out of his hands. And it will belong to the Hornets with 12 to shoot.
Great positioning by Warnock. Being able to use his big body and get his hands on the basketball.
Since they took their lead and they bumped it to 34-32, Gerard, Alabama State has taken 11 shots and they've made one. Make it 11, 1 of 12 now.
Well, since they took the lead, they've only scored 6 points.
And now Prairie View really has no urgency when they come down with the ball either. They can take plenty of time to set up, play the half-court game, and take time off the clock.
Well, there's no need for them to be in a hurry. They can come down and just kind of practice on working on their stuff. I mean, because they're getting no resistance from Alabama State on the defensive side.
And no pressure from the offensive end because the Hornets have just gone completely cold.
You're exactly right.
Still trying to work it inside. There's Armstrong, triple teamed, 4-3, and that's how you put some urgency in another team as you knock the three ball down from Simeon.
Well, it was just great action. I mean, you saw the ball go inside, and once it went inside, it kicked it back out for a wide open shot for Simeon.
He has 11. So does G and LaFleur. That's not going to be enough unless Alabama State can really turn it around dramatically here with 5.5 to go.
Well, it's a positive sign that you have three players in double figures, but it's not a positive sign when you're down as much as you are on the road.
And you give it right back. Bellinger, who's had a big night for Prairie View, now with 24.
Another big shot by Bellinger. He has been feeling good from the opening tip and has continued to play excellent basketball.
And he has tied his career high. Low pass to Warnock. 5 to shoot. Simeon again, from about the same spot as last time.
Low pass to bad pass, but Simeon was able to gather the ball and still step up and knock down a big basket. Should we give Warnock an assist for that? Warnock?
Well, you know, they don't judge them on beauty. But Warnock that time went out to hedge, and nobody bothered to pick up Yakubu. Bellinger picks up an assist that time.
Well, at this point, Alabama State is just gassed on the defensive side of things. They're giving you all they can on the offensive side and on the defensive side, for that matter, all night long. Have come up short on both ends tonight.
Yeah, Simeon there with a foul.
Tough night for Lewis Jackson's team. I mean, they're trying hard. So to their credit, they're playing hard. They're giving you effort on both ends. They're just not able to execute.
So first of 3 free throws coming up. Now you see some fresh bodies coming in. You mentioned how tired they look. So obviously Lewis Jackson saw the same thing. So he's going to run some fresh bodies out there. One more for Simeon.
Simeon has been the guy who's really carried Alabama State here in his second half. Started off in the first half, he had a really decent start, and then kind of things slowed down for him, but he's picked it up here as late.
As their last 8 points. Make it 9, converts all the free throws. And he will trudge to the bench. Now he's going to hustle a little bit, but he's got to be tired. Reginald G comes back in.
Oh, he's gassed. It's a well-needed rest for Simeon. I don't think he'll be on that bench for too long.
Well, we have the automatic timeout coming up shortly, so he'll get a chance then. All the way to the basket, worked around the screen and a long way to go, and a beautiful flipper by Blakely.
Well, that was just poor effort all the way around for the entire Alabama State team. I mean, Hamilton barely got a screen set, and Blakely just drives all the way and able to finish with left hand. No rotation by Alabama State, and Prairie View in control.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is presented by eBay. Find new, unique, and everything in between on eBay. And in part by Axe. Find your magic.
4 points, and Zach Hamilton has chipped in with 13. 10 off the for Sharon Jett. Look at Bellinger, 8 out of 12.
And that's what you call just being efficient. And you got a nice balanced contribution from three of the biggest stars on the team.
Well, Bellinger had double figures in his last 8, and obviously that's going to be 9. So he's played extremely well in conference play.
It's a positive sign for Coach Smith when you have 4 guys playing at their best going down the stretch.
4-3. Did it again. That's Bellinger. 27 now. That's a career high.
Well, nice setup by Blakely. Just driving, drawing, and then kicking to a wide open Bellinger.
Rebound fought for. Jump ball. Possession arrow favoring Alabama State's Hornets. But they're down 19 with 3:07 to go. Simeon back into the game.
And I knew it wouldn't be too long before he checked back in the game. He's been the one positive thing for Alabama State here in the second half, especially here of late, as he scored 9 points to try to help them get back into this ball game.
LaFleur, 3-ball. He's shown the ability to knock that down today, and he does it again. I cannot believe that he was a 15% three-point shooter coming into this game, because he just knocked down 3.
He has shot the ball well from behind the arc tonight. Shot it with confidence, and that's really the key.
And he did a little bump there against Blakely, so we're going to the line. 13 points for LaFleur. He's made 4 three-pointers tonight out of 5. So we take a look for the Panthers and what's coming up. There's a big opportunity for you to make some noise in the conference. You go into Texas Southern, then you hit the road. Jackson State, then Grambling State before they take on Mississippi Valley State and the Delta Devils, and then Arkansas Pine Bluff on February 20.
Well, if they're able to hold on this win tonight, which it look like they will be, it's a lot of momentum going into Texas Southern, being that have won now 5 out of 6 games.
Yeah, they go to 8-1 in conference play. Mike Davis's squad. There's Simeon.
Well, you're going to want to play with a little sense of urgency here. You don't want to force up a bad shot, but you want to try to be a little bit more aggressive and trying to get something going to the basket, and that's not going to do it if you're Alabama State.
And again, Prairie View jogging the ball up the court, going into a half-court offense.
Well, there's no reason for them to be in a hurry. They should definitely just set the ball up in the half court and try to work on their half-court execution a little bit.
Turned it over. Belong to the Hornets. So you mentioned Texas Southern's on a bit of a roll. Prairie View on their way to a 4th straight victory in the Baby Dome and 5 of the last 6. They did not beat Alabama State in 2 meetings last season. This is the first between these two. Now Alabama State throws it away. So Myron Smith will enjoy that. Lewis Jackson there obviously will not. But Jackson has proven to be a winner at Alabama State.
He sure has. Within the 12th season that he's been there, he's done an outstanding job for the Hornets.
But it doesn't look like it's going to happen for his team tonight. Bellinger with the assist and the three knocked down by Hamilton.
Another great drive by Bellinger and excellent shot by Hamilton.
A bit of a wild effort there. The rebound's going to go down to Bellinger, who's doing just a little bit of everything. With under 90 seconds to go, Prairie View going to pick up another win. And a timeout called here. Probably a chance to get the starters off the floor and give some of your reserves some extra playing time.
conference.
Well, let's remind everybody that at one point, Alabama State led 34-32 after a 7-0 run by Alabama State. Since then, a 25-4 run by Prairie View, and that was it. They never really looked back.
Well, it just looked like they ran out of gas, and they were just out of sync on the offensive end all night long.
Under a minute in our Big Monday presentation. Free ball again. And rebound, a solid one in traffic that time for Prairie View.
Well, just horsing up threes is not going to help you at all. You just want to still want to maybe play the game the right way, come down, move the ball around, try to get to the first open quality shot, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a three, but in that particular case, you had two poor shots, and it's been that way all night. The decision making for Alabama State on the offensive end has been poor, to say the least.
And that's what's going to happen is you're going to get a trip to the line here for Alabama State when you don't have that guy who's got the ball, who's running your offense, who's leading your team on the floor, and that's been the issue for Lewis Jackson this year. He's open about it, and he has tried several different players, but that's the one thing that he said has been a little frustrating this year.
Yeah, that floor general, that extension from coach on the floor is key for every team. There he sees Coach Jackson is frustrated on tonight. I mean, his team came out early on. They gave a great effort and then started to run out of gas. And as they got tired, physically and mentally, and these things just went south very quickly.
So the final seconds running down, Prairie View is going to pick up an 8th victory and most importantly go to 5-4 in the conference, and they needed that because Texas Southern is now 8-1, as we told you. Alabama State will drop in the conference to 3-6, and Prairie View gets away from that group that was knotted up at 4-4. So nice win for Byron Smith at home. That's 4 straight in the Baby Dome.